What's up, everybody? What's up, Chris? There we go. Music wasn't working for a second. What's up, Smith? Yeah, so I haven't had a chance to really play this guy the last couple days. Work's been crazy. But I played this character for about 2 days before I made the video, and I want to kind of spend this weekend messing around on SSF, and I think maybe tomorrow I might move it over to trade and then see how far I can scale this. I have some ideas. Oh, I should probably swap back to my actual Atlas tree. At some point today I gotta make my Atlas tree for farming boss maps for frags. Last 2 void stones. Yeah, I think this build's gonna be, as long as they don't like nerf Ancestral Commander, and I don't think they're gonna nerf any of the Ascendancies. I think a lot of people are like, oh, they're gonna nerf stuff. I think what's actually gonna happen is they're gonna buff a lot of the Ascendancies that people didn't play. Because it's like a 2.5 week fun event, right? Like if they make, you know, half the Ascendancies not fun, why would they do that? People will lose interest after like 2 days. So I think what they're going to end up doing is buffing some of the Ascendancies that weren't actually very viable or strong, just so there's more options. So I really have no worries about this build getting nerfed. Or I should say, I don't think Ancestral Commander is actually going to see any nerfs. Might be eating those words, but it just doesn't make sense to me that they would nerf an entire Ascendancy for a 2 week fun event that has no impact on the actual core game, where they could just buff the other Ascendancies that nobody played the last time. So we'll see. But I've seen some Consecrated Path of Endurance Jugg builds that get like to 150 million damage, 180, and like insane tankiness. So I'm pretty sure that with the Ancestral Commander Ascendancies, we're going to be able to get this to like 2 to 250 easy mil DPS with like 80k max Viz hit or higher. It'd be pretty nutty. Yeah, I saw one Consecrated Path of Endurance Jugg that was highly optimized from this league at like 200 million DPS. Insane investment, right? But it was doable. Ancestral Commander gives us like easily 30 to 40% more damage due to its Ascendancies versus Jugg. So I'm pretty confident that we're looking at potentially at least 150 mil or higher easy damage with insane tank playing Ancestral Commander. What's up, Young? But I'll probably be doing that over the next few days. I might actually keep playing. I'm really enjoying SSF on this character, so I might play SSF all through the weekend, and then maybe like sometime Monday or Tuesday move the character over to Trade League and scale it out real quick and see what it can do, like right before the event. I'm just having a lot of fun right now, just doing chill mapping and you know, relaxing on SSF on this character. It's so comfy. I actually was like kind of thinking about playing SSF for the Farisha event, but I just don't want to like. I just don't want to have to like worry about how I'm gonna push the build because it's only a 2-week event. So I think like trade's probably the way to go. Do you level through slams? Yeah. So basically, I didn't really do a leveling POB, but I think the concept is going to be, you know, level basically Sunder, Ground Slam, whatever you want. And obviously you're not going to go Avatar of Fire or take fire damage, right? You're going to be going for just like good physical nodes like Martial Experience and things like that. You'll still pick up stuff like Bastion Breaker and Wrecking Ball. So the tree should look pretty similar. You just won't get any of the LE damage stuff, right? You're not going to pick Divine Fury up. You're not going to take this stuff here. And then eventually, in my opinion, Consecrated feels really good around 65-70 when you finish the campaign. You swap to it then, because at that point you're going to have your endurance charge here. You're going to have your endurance charge here. Because we're not going to have unflinching as Ancestral Commander, we're actually going to run Inexorable, which gives us kind of the same thing. And then we're going to use a Graft that also gives us a chance to gain endurance charges when we get hit. So kind of gives us that Jugg Ascendancy back. But you'll have all those things by the time you're like 70. And so swapping over to the skill should feel really good then. You could level with it like as soon as you're able to equip it, but I think waiting till you do the campaign is probably the play. We can't really do like Reflect Elemental or Reflect Physical right now, unfortunately. But it just is the build. I mean, we have Avatar of Fire plus what's it, Consecrated, converts, what is it? Oh, we're full fire damage, so we probably could do yeah, we probably could do Reflect Physical. I should try it out real quick. Kind of weird they would have a 2-week event. They sometimes do this. Usually they do it in December. They do the like fun events like November, December. So, but I think what's happened, this is my gut and like my gut read on the situation. I think they were like, oh hey, we're gonna release 3.28 in March, and people were like, what the fuck? We want PoE 1 sooner. You released PoE 2 like way sooner than the 4-month period. Not way sooner, but it was sooner. And I think they were like, oh, we got to give these guys something to do. To keep them happy for like another 6 weeks, and so they're doing the event to kind of give us something to do, which is nice. In my opinion, and this is possible. I think they did this for the original event, right? They extended it. It is possible that they might extend Farisha, and it might become, instead of it being like a 2-week event, it might go up to like a week before 3.28. Yeah, I agree, Young. And I think like, honestly, I'd rather that we have like a really polished league than a half-baked one, so I'm okay with the wait. What I'm hoping is that if there's good turnout for Farisha, that people are like, they extend it a week or 2, you know, and they just let it be like most of February or something. I think that'd be awesome. So the reason why I do automation and not cast when damage taken is, when you cast when damage taken will trigger Molten Shell, but it doesn't work for the hit that triggered it, right? So if you get hit with a really powerful hit, that'll trigger Molten Shell, but it doesn't apply Molten Shell to the hit that would have killed you, right? Whereas with automation, you're sometimes just going to have Molten Shell. So it's not guaranteed that you're going to have it when the big hit happens. The right play is that you run Molten Shell manually, and when you're doing like a boss fight or something and you know like Shaper Slam or something's coming, you manually use the skill. But by putting it on automation, it essentially means like 30 or 40% of the time we're just going to have the buff up, so that if we do get that big hit, it mitigates it. But the right answer is you use the skill manually, but people don't want to do that, right? So cast when damage taken was the go-to before they introduced the automation gem. Now that we have automation, that's pretty much how people play guard skills for trigger. Instead of being triggered, it's just kind of up sometimes. But it's kind of nice because we're playing Jugg, like we're fairly tanky. My character is kind of weak right now in this SSF event that I'm testing it out in because I don't have any chaos resistance and my armor is really low because I have shitty gear right now. So I don't have like the best defense right now. This isn't indicative of like if you were playing on trade or if you had put more time into the SSF character. Like I'm literally at negative 31% chaos resistance right now. So when I do these rituals, it's kind of scary.
Win this. Swarming for victory.
Yeah, I saw that post. I don't know, man. Like, I get it. There's some people that are like, you absolutely can't theory craft until the final notes are out for everything. And I'm like, well, the way I look at it is like, if they totally brick Ancestral Commander, I'll just play a different build. I'll just make a different build. Like, it's really not that hard. But I'm very skeptical that they're going to nerf Ascendancies in a 2-week fun event. When they said they're going to do balance changes, the way I read that is, oh, we're going to make the Ascendancies that nobody played, which was like 60% of them, better. Or they're going to tweak them in some way to make them more appealing for people trying different things. But in like a limited event, it would seem really weird to me that they would nerf Surfcaster and Ancestral Commander and Bog Shaman and all these other things that people played, because everything's going void. It's like, yeah, who knows what they're going to do to the Ascendancies, but I highly doubt it's going to be unplayable. But even if it is, like, it's a 2-week event, you know? I don't see them doing that. Typically with like regular leagues, I'll wait to post my official build until the patch notes come out, because it's like a 2 or 3 month, well, I guess in this case now 4-month league, right? So I don't want to promote a build for an actual league that's going to go for 4 months. That's your characters are going to go back to standard and it's going to be like a core thing, right? I'll wait for the patch notes, but I don't know. Generally, my take on that guy is some people just don't know how builds work, or they don't play builds, and so they don't want to see a guide until all the information's out because they're not able to make a build or not able to do something, and they don't want to be misled, which is understandable. But once again, I mean, every single YouTuber has posted a Furisha video at this point. So, like, are we just going to tell everybody, hey, don't post your Bog Shaman or your Surfcaster or your Architect of Chaos or whatever it is because the notes aren't out? Yeah, so I thought it was kind of funny, but some people just want to hate, you know, they don't They just some people just like to shit on ideas also, so that's kind of the thing. Did you see my last question on the video? Will your Elemental Cyclone work in Furisha? If so, which Ascending would you go with? I don't know, Benny. I saw your initial comment. I don't know what I would play Ellie Cyclone on. I did an Ellie Cyclone concept build. Let me pull up POB real quick. But we're not going to have Warden. And it really needs Warden to work. So without Warden, I don't know how I would build it. I'd have to go back. But I have... I made this build right here. This is Elemental Cyclone Warden. Is this the final one? I named these things so similar. Yeah, so this is an Ellie Cyclone build that I came up with. That's just basically for damage. Kill before getting killed. But it plays Warden with Tinctures and using Unbound Avatar. Excuse me. But we're not going to have Warden. So you could try something similar to this, but you're going to lose a lot of the damage scaling from Warden. You'd have to play like probably Surfcaster and maybe do some kind of reverse chill thing. Yeah, I think I'm going to... I tried playing around with some concepts for what might be fun with Cyclone. So I tried like thinking... there's just not a lot of options. I thought it would be fun to maybe do something like this. I don't know how I would make it work. But you could play Templar, Architect of Chaos, and you could actually play Val Cyclone, which is kind of a fun skill. So I was thinking about something like this. Alright, so you have your Val Cyclone, right? So what Architect of Chaos does is you get 50% reduced souls to use the skill and more duration. You also get increased Val skill critical strike chance, 286%, which is insane. And you get reduced soul gain provision duration, so the skill will have more uptime when you can use it. And then at this point, I would probably take the skills cost life instead of mana, because that just takes care of mana being an issue for you. And then you could also go for the +3 to level of Val skill gems. And then you could just basically play a similar build, but using Val Cyclone. And you would just start Templar, you would take your staff nodes like this, probably come over here, grab these staff nodes. And just with that Ascendancy, you're already at like 50% crit chance without any scaling, which is pretty crazy. You could come up here and grab, because we're Templar, we're close to this right up here, so you could grab that. You can grab the additional power charge here, because we're always going to have power charges because it's a block build. And then when you turn that on here, because we're going to have endurance charges and power charges, now you're at like 70% crit already, with just no investment, just basically the Ascendancy and this on the tree. And then you would just do your typical stuff, like take Rage. Grab some more crit here, probably. Now you got your Rage. You'd want to come down here and grab stun immunity, right? Because it's Cyclone. You always want to get Bastion Breaker with 10% more max fizz. That's huge point value. You could take this additional crit right here. So just with this alone, you're already at 50k base damage on the gem with nothing else. You could come here and grab the additional endurance charge. Grab some life. Grab some life. Grab some life. Endurance charge. Grab some life. So we're at like, what, level 64 right now? Almost 100% life on the tree. I'd probably still pick up the leech stuff here just so you get a little bit of leech. And at this point, you'd probably scale Impale because it's just too good. You would grab the Impale nodes. something like that. We do my tech where we take versatile, and you would grab your Rumi's flask because we want to scale our block. The way this skill would basically play is you're always going to be using Val Cyclone. So, you know, because you have half you have half the time you have to wait for the ability to be up because of this ascendancy. So you're going to be using Val skill Cyclone more often. It's going to have increased duration, so it's going to last a lot longer. Which is kind of good or bad for this skill because it does freeze you in place. And then you don't have to worry about mana for spending your attacks. You're still going to probably want to pick up this here for your auras. Standard supports with Shockwave and General's Cry. Probably while leveling. I probably wouldn't use Shockwave at this point if we're building out like a level 90 or 95 tree.
I really must visit Teo Nui again.
Thank you for the sub. Yeah, and then you're basically at like level 89 here. I guess at this point you could take don't really need the accuracy. What we really need is just crit chance. Oh, but we don't even have a diamond flask equipped yet. So you would just go like flask utility, diamond. Yeah, so you're at like 97% crit now. And you could run like a General's Cry setup. So, General's Cry. Put that in there with auto and your ground slam of Earth Shaking. Yeah. So something maybe like this. Well, basically you would run into a pack and you would just use your Val Cyclone. And everything on the screen gets sucked into you, essentially. So, like I said, this was something I was looking at. I don't know if this is really the play, because once again, Val Cyclone, a lot of people don't like it because it's like it freezes you in place while it's spinning, but it does suck everything into you. We do have the benefit of being like block based with, you know, yeah. So I was looking at this as an option. Otherwise, you know, you could still do the Ancestral Commander play because I don't think that's going to get nerfed. That would probably be a better option, and then you just use like regular so you know, Warcry speed for your boys. You get additional endurance charges, get the benefit of that. And this is more like you're scaling your GC, I guess, at this point. I'd probably pick up more likely some Warcry nodes.
The runes are fickle here.
Yeah, Yeah, I can share this with you. Probably take that life there. That's pretty good. Like I said, this is a half-baked idea. This isn't like, you know, something I'd fully recommend. I haven't really put too much thought into it. But something like this, I guess. Maybe pick up that jewel socket. That life would be good too. Well, I feel like this build would be a little bit slower because you're going to be frozen a lot, sucking things up, but, you know, it could be kind of a fun meme build, and I think you could scale the damage to be pretty good. Essentially, if you just took the current character at 96, the problem is the Slayer gives us so much damage. We really don't get a lot of damage scaling from the Architect of Chaos the way that we do from Slayer. So you could take the same exact build that we have for 96 right now, and you could play around with it on other types. So if we went to Marauder, for instance, I hate when it does that. Make the path. Okay, so say you went like Marauder and we went Ancestral Commander. You can see we lost like half our damage, more than half our damage, because Slayer is just too good. But you could go like, you know, something like this. The pathing is going to be terrible, but we'll just hang on to this right now. And then you could go for your Warcry speed, endurance charges. It doesn't really scale well. So the better option would be like try out the Templar. Connect the path. Get rid of this stuff. Then you have something like this with Templar. Once again, you lose like half the damage, but you could also go Architect of Chaos. This is where you take that gem stuff right here, and then you could even still run Cyclone of Tumult, but Vow Cyclone of Tumult. You could do this. So what you get now is your Cyclone itself is doing like a lot less damage because we're not scaling that, we're scaling the Vow portion. But if you use your Vow Cyclone, you're doing like 9 million damage. So basically Vow Cyclone with the level 95 tree, which is already little investment, gets you like, you know, 9 million damage. And you could tweak this and optimize it so it's a bit better. Because right now we don't need to worry about mana cost because we went with the Blood Magic like node. So essentially we don't need to take this right here. We could actually change some of this stuff around.
Doesn't do anything.
Maybe we dropped all these points for a second. A lot of damage, but you could come up here and grab these crit nodes and grab this mana reservation for your auras. You don't need these points anymore because we don't need to worry about mana cost for attacks. Take that life. And then we could come back around in here, grab this, something like that maybe. You need mana for your GC. You probably still need this. Yeah, no problem. It's all good. So you got something like this. This is about 10 million damage on just your Val's Cyclone ability. And I would probably play around with this tree more and maybe the gear a little bit. There is an option too where you could go instead of the additional Val skills, because this doesn't give you too much damage. You could do like Glimpse Chaos, and Glimpse Chaos gives you 8% increased max life for each corrupted item. But you do lose two resistances for each corrupted item. So if you did this, and then you were to start using some corrupted gear, so say your helm was corrupted, every time you have a corrupted item, we just gain a lot of life. So you can actually turn this into like an HP stacking build and just have a ton of life at the expense of some resistances. So you'd have to like, you know, make sure your resistances are good, but you could also stack life that way too. But I think the safer bet would probably be this right here, because its resistances are already kind of tight on the Slayer Cyclone build. The only problem with this is you're just doing like half the damage essentially, because Slayer is just so good. But this is something to do. This probably isn't what I would do for Cyclone. The problem with Cyclone is, like, in my opinion, it feels really good playing the left side of the tree, because scaling block and just armor and stuff just feels really good defensively when you're playing a melee build. I really don't like playing the right side of the tree where it's like evasion and spell suppression, because when you do get hit, you get hit hard. So you, like, looking at the ascendancies for Risha, obviously if you play something on the right side of the tree, you're going to have to path all the way over to the left, probably. And that could just be like, you know. But I would say this isn't something I would probably play in the league. But I'll put this in chat real quick so you have it and you can play around with it. When I look at like Cyclone ideas for Orisha over the next week, it's probably going to be something different than this.
Oh, good. More work. What do you need? I love this job.
Yeah, no problem.
Off they go.
Alright, back to Slam Town. One of the reasons why I just don't really feel like playing another Cyclone build, Benny, is I feel like the Slayer Cyclone is pretty much perfected right now. Like, I've been working on my Slayer Cyclone build for almost 2 years, ever since 3.25, and they did the rework to Gladiator with Lucky Block. And I think I've finally gotten the build with the help of Niche. I finally got in the build at its highest state at a really good place. And so playing Cyclone Slayer like that, I think, is just the best iteration of Cyclone right now. It just doesn't get better than that. So the amount of time it would take me to Theorycraft to build for Pharisha to play Cyclone for just like 2 or 3 weeks, it just... I kind of feel like playing something else just to keep it fresh, so that when I go into 3.28 and I play my build again, I'm just like ready to go. You know, it's like a fresh experience. I'll look at things with the Ascendancies, and if I see something that looks pretty good, I might try it out for Cyclone. But to me, like, Slayer provides the best Ascendancy package out of anything I've seen in the game for playing a Cyclone build. So it's just really hard for me to get excited about other Ascendancies, especially when we're doing like a physical Impale scaling Cyclone. Yeah, the Giga character is insanely good right now. Feels really good.
They are watching you from beyond this world. Can you feel them?
These little chaos balls, for instance, on Ritual are very scary right now with my no chaos resistance. Park, I like that map. My favorite's when I just leap slam onto a regular pack and they just die. Can I show you the slam without the MTX? Yeah, give me a second. Let's see. I'll do it after this map, because I got the Delirium going right now. I think a large part of it is the Herald effects. I think it's the Herald that's probably making you... Let me see if I just turn the Herald off real quick. Be able to do it like this, yeah, pause the game. Let's turn this one off, and Consecrated Path 1, Celestial Herald. And I'll just turn off this one too. So this is what it should look like without the MTX, I believe. It's more of like the yellow burst. See-through thingy? Yeah. Ooh, hoo, hoo.
Cannot do this yet.
Yeah, it may not be the build for you then, Benny. There's also the other pop that's really good on Herald. It's like, what is it? Let's see. Kind of want to use Sun Prism. Let's see what this one looks like. And also got a Herald of Ash. Yeah, this will be probably Automation is the one that looks crazy. The pop explosions. Yeah. What am I playing in Furisha 2? I just released a video ball. My plan is Ancestral Commander, Consecrated Path of Endurance. That is the plan. We'll see if it survives the patch notes, but I'm pretty sure they're not going to nerf it to the point where it's not playable. Gonna do a nice Templar Vow Cyclone then. Yeah, like I said, I would approach that with caution, Benny. That was just a rough idea I had this morning while I was playing around, looking at Cyclone stuff. I think that it could work, but yeah. I don't say that, Ball. The thing I like about this skill and ability is that if you're just looking to do a league starter and get through your Atlas and do easy progression and stuff, it looks super good with almost no investment. And if there's some like insanely powerful meta build that people come up with for Phorecia that you want to swap to, you could do that after a few days, you know? You could use this build to farm up a bunch of currency and then go play like whatever the meta is if you want to do that.
I refuse to die.
But like for essentially as little as you need to invest to be able to have a league starter and just do your Atlas and Void Stones, I feel like this is a solid, really solid one.
No, not here. Not now.
I mean, what you're seeing right now is an SSF character that's playing Jugg, which is less damage than what Ancestral will have, and it's also, I've got shit gear right now. My defenses are all fucked up. I have no chaos resistance. I have half the armor I should. None of my gems have quality, really. Well, some of them do. Yeah, it's just SSF League Start, Day 3 character kind of stuff.
No, not here. Not
Should probably
now.
heal her.
I can do this. Destroy them all. Proof against the storm. Dance with the flame. I almost have it. Go! I'll handle it from here. You did it!
Yeah, no problem. Sorry the explosions don't do it for you. It is kind of a deal breaker, right? But I appreciate you stopping by, man. Keep an eye on the Discord. If I come up with anything that I think is worth sharing for Cyclone, I will probably post it there. So.
My mana is gone.
Hello.
Alright, so I think the goal for today is I need to craft a much better chest. I need like another 1,000 to 1,500 armor, easy. I think I'll have the tree work on that today. And then on top of that, I'd like to probably make a much better pair of boots. So we're going to work on chest and boots first, I think, before I do anything else. At least with the tree. Let's actually go to the tree right now, see what's going on.
Greetings.
Alright.
She is pleased.
Fractured item. Fractured items justify fleeing. Fractured items.
I cannot carry
Fractured
this.
item.
A lot of armor. A lot of life. I do lose a lot of life regen, which I kind of like having life regen on this character right now, so... But that is a lot of armor. And... craft on whatever resistance I need. This is also kind of promising. Technically, I don't really need combustion on my support right now. So I really could just run a 5-link on the chest if I get a really good one. These items have a little bit of promise. Let's see what we got. Really want the highest value armor chest I can get. Would be awesome.
Soon bear fruit.
Fractured item.
So a royal plate would be ideal like that. That's also pretty good. And that has the regen on it. The problem is, because it has a life mod, I lose a little bit of life, but that is a ridiculous amount of armor. So much more armor. Yeah, I think that one's in the running now. Over this guy.
The Genesis tree accepts your
Fractured
offering.
item. Fractured items justify fleeing.
How much life do I lose with this? Let's make 4K. I'm pretty. I think it is. That's the whole point, right? It's keepers with Pharisha. It's fairly sure that's how this works. That is a 4600 armor chest. That is actually ridiculous. I basically gain almost... I gain 7,000 armor putting that chest on. That's actually kind of insane. Let's throw some lightning resist on this right now. Might play with this for a little bit and see how this works. Works out for me. Yeah, still not enough to use this guy yet. That's fine. Let's see also. Can I roll on this guy? Full fizz is, yes, okay. Warcry buff effect would be insane. Let's take that for now. It's something, I guess. Yeah, I'm at like 35k armor now with chaos damage. It's always a good time. With all my buffs up over 35k, it's pretty good. Double boss.
I cannot do this yet.
Oh, I did not want to do that.
Cha-ching. Orb of Skelly. Chaos. Cha-ching.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna swap my Atlas tree over. I don't really need to run Blight anymore. I got my Whispers of Doom, so
Valuable.
might focus on starting to do like farming up boss maps today. Would be probably the smart thing to do. Farm all the boss maps. Lots of Underground Sea unique maps today. Oh yeah, Burning Ground. Not ideal. Oh yeah, that guy. X-proof. Scary as hell. See if I can get him.
I cannot leave this.
Oh yeah, he's terrifying. Really terrifying. Alright, nice. That wouldn't be a bad idea, Chris, like get some experience in. So I'm torn. I either want to do something like an XP tree like you're suggesting, or also I do have all three trees now, so I could set one up to be my XP tree and my other one to be for farming boss maps, because I do want to try to get my last 2 Void Stones done. But I have to farm up all the frags for Uber Elder and farm up the Maven invitations and stuff, so... but yeah, maybe getting some XP for a bit wouldn't be a bad idea, and then doing boss map farming tomorrow. Yeah, if I could get like another 3 to 5 points on the tree, that'd be pretty good right now. And then I also just need I do need to fix my gear. I just have really bad SSF gear right now. Like, my weapon's actually pretty decent, but my gear is pretty garbage. I don't have like any of the implicits that I need either. So... yeah, if you want to grab it real quick, I'll probably set up an XP tree. That's not a bad idea. Appreciate it. Yeah, when I can get my resistances, I think, figured out, I guess I could sub in this home. It's just losing cold resist. It does gain us another 300 armor easy, maybe 400 once I equality it. Yeah, that's a lot more armor, too, on the helm. That puts us at... It's like another 1300 just passive armor there. It's pretty good. Actually not a bad one to have. Oh crap, that was the green I needed. Alright, life tap, leap slam, and faster attacks. We'll save this gear in case I ever want to use it. It's here once I get my 6 link back on the chest. And I can actually do lightning chaos resistance on the helm to help out with resistances. That'll work. Got our chaos resistance back to where it was. I think I'm still going to try for a better better chest. If I can get a chest that doesn't have the life mod on it, but high armor, then I can run the mastery for life and get back a lot of life, which would be really good.
Orb of Skelly. Orb of Skelly. That's a flask.
Where is the mob? Thank you for giving an idea for upcoming free ship event build and share this build POV. I'm stuck on AK. I think war cries are important. Yeah, I think my recommendation would be like while you're leveling, you still want to probably run a war cry setup with auto exertion while you're playing Sunder or Ground Slam or whatever you're doing. It just buffs you, right? And then once you get to maps, you swap over to Consecrated Path, or like right at the end of the campaign, basically. Oh my gosh, yeah. What's up, Rosalind? Welcome back. Yeah, I think my build's going to be fine for Furisha. I would be really surprised if they nerf Ancestral Commander. I don't think that's going to get nerfed. A lot of people are worried that they're going to nerf Ascendancies from the last time, and I'm like, it's a 2-week-ish fun event. I think when they said they're balancing, it means that they're probably going to look at the Ascendancies that nobody played, which was a fair amount of them, and maybe tweak them to make them more appealing for people to, you know, mess around with. But like them nerfing Surfcaster or Ancestral Commander or like Bog Shaman, I don't think any of that's going to happen. And if they do a nerf, I think it'll be tweaks. I don't think it's going to be like the build suddenly is not playable by any stretch of the imagination. Can I not hit that totem? I don't know about in-game yet. I think as a league starter, right? Like we're talking the first like 3 days-ish of the league. The vision, no fun is allowed. Yeah, right. I think as a league starter, right? Like getting through your Atlas, getting your Void Stones, just having a chill weekend. This is a great build. How it performs after that into like the D17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses. I have seen, let me see if I can find it real quick. I have seen builds that have really high damage for this. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to go find that real quick. I looked at a lot of POBs. It's probably this guy. Nope, not that guy. There we go. So this is a build that I saw from 3.25. I'd have to import it. Let's import it into POB. Okay. So this guy played this in 3.25, right? Let's go ahead and upgrade it to 3.27. All right, so what we see here, 200 million damage, 55k tank, 100k on Ellie, right? If we convert this over to Ancestral Commander, so let's actually turn this into alternate. Okay. Without any ascendancies, you're still at 150 mil right here with 35k max fizz hit. And then we take the +3 endurance charges. Now we're already at 200 mil, 50k max fizz hit. We take the war cry stuff. Got his auras. Is he even doing war cries? So interesting. This guy didn't do war cries on his build. That's interesting. So he didn't go war cry. So I don't know actually how I would do this as ancestral. Maybe. I guess you could just go all in on defense. Yeah, I think I would try to fit war cries into this. I wonder, like if I drop his aura setup. I guess he didn't go for. I mean, the gear he has here is pretty insane, right? He's got like a ridiculous staff. Let's try some stuff real quick. So let's see what would happen if I went with war cries. I feel like you have to run Herald of Ash. Like, you would run these 3 at least. And then Sleep Slam debuff application. That's fine. You can drop the Empower. Debuff setup. Combustion. Okay, so he had a manual cry that he was using here. So say we got rid of that, that, and that. Okay. Just make sure I have enough sockets before I do anything crazy here. So this is not going to be body armor. We'll just put this, like, say, in helmet for right now. Okay. Put this in the helmet for right now. Gloves. Automation. We'll keep the Blood Rage. Take that off. This will become body armor. Alright, so helmet is body armor. This would be like gloves. And then boots. So if we go back to body armor here. Auto exertion. Gonna reserve some mana. And then we'd go for our cries. So you'd want intimidating cry. We gotta figure out mana reservation on him. Rallying cry. Seismic cry. The gem setup would change here. So now we would go back like this. And we'd have endurance charge. You'd want that for sure. Then we would take probably overexertion. Awaken melee fizz. Awaken elemental. Yeah, we'd probably tweak the tree a bit for mana reservation, but you essentially could get a similar build using the auras, using the war cries. So I do like getting the explosion pops on Ancestral Commander, if that's still a thing. We would have to figure out our mana situation, because he doesn't go up and take Sovereignty up here. That would fix that. Let's see. What's he taking here? Oh, we're not using a mark anymore, so actually we can reset these nodes. So you could do something like this. So now we're sitting at 180 mil damage, almost 60k max fizz hit. Probably put an Enlighten on these to help out with mana. Cool. So yeah, we got our gems set up. Auras. We have our Infernal Cry set up. Could even stick an Enlighten on this, but I would probably put Combustion on this. It's going to be really nice for that. Our automation set up for Blood Shell, Molten Shell, and we got our Blood Rage. Got our curse set up. Yeah. So this is basically how I would probably run the build. And then what I would essentially do is just Stick Blood Rage maybe on the boots here. Because we'd want our Leap Slam and faster attacks just to get around. And we would just create new boots or new gloves. I should become a voice actor. I've been told that I have a good voice. I think my voice is kind of annoying, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm about the furthest thing away from a voice actor imaginable. Yeah, so right here we're at almost 200 million DPS, and we have a lot of tank. And it's basically the same setup. Our Consecrated Path, we have our auras, we have our DPS buff through cries, Molten Shell automation, and a Leap Slam setup. It's really nice because Ancestral Commander still gives us the endurance charges. We get that Juggernaut, basically chill immune, pseudo freeze immune, and then we get the benefit, since we're running the War Cries now, of mostly what I'm really looking forward to is the explosion pops we're going to get. It's 20 below zero here. Oh yeah, I live in Las Vegas. Yeah, so even during the winter, it's like, it's still 11 in the morning now. It'll probably get up to at least 60. And if I feel cold right now. Yeah, I'm actually cold. To me, 55 is pretty cold. So yeah, this is kind of probably what I would do, something of this vein. So I'm actually going to save this because essentially this is the build. It's a highly expensive, right? I mean, we're talking you're going to have, I don't know how realistic this is for most people in a 2-week event, right? Because, oh, you know what? The boots are a bait because Ralakesh doesn't exist like that anymore. That's unfortunate. That's actually a lot less damage. Yeah, because Ralakesh, the old boots gave you the power charges and endurance charges and frenzy charges. We don't have that. What does that put our crit chance at? So it's really our crit that gets affected. I would probably have to rework this tree, but I think we could get to 100. Like what this build shows you right now is you can easily scale this build to like probably 100 to 150 and have really good tank on it. Effective hit pool is kind of a bait. A lot of people look at this value. It's really your actual max hit that matters. Yeah, so I think this right here is promising. You could do it, I guess, with General's Cry, huh? You do lose a lot of damage because we're running overexertion. But I guess if you're running like a... Yeah, max hit and recovery. If you do run like maybe GC, I wonder how that would look. I wonder what skill you would use. You could do 2 stones with that. I think we could do more than 2 stones with that. Well, the problem is Tectonic Slam is broken. The Cataclysm, it doesn't work right now. It's actually bugged. It doesn't work if you try to even use it as yourself. So it's actually not viable. I know that's what Jugg used in Phorecia, but we won't be able to do it this time because in 3.27 the gem doesn't work properly. So you'd have to figure out what skill you want to use. Yeah, I don't think Ground Slam of Earth Shaking would be the play. Maybe double Consecrated Path, yeah. Wonder what that looks like. I don't know if they use your, I don't know if they get your endurance charges. Maybe? Didn't Cataclysm work kind of the same way? Maybe this would work. I don't know if it's worth you losing the Warcry setup to buff yourself. You know what I mean? Like... You'd have to play around with it, but I think the play is you buff yourself as a character. And you run overexertion. I think you buff yourself, and let's see, or exertion, aura. I mean, I haven't tested it, but I've seen it on multiple posts on Reddit. I've seen it enough places for me to believe that it actually is bugged right now, and so I would be very careful about, you know. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, I definitely think you run the. I think you run the war cries. I really like. As long as this doesn't get nerfed, I like the concept of getting like the free explosion pops. I think death rattle is a really fun thing for just like mapping. So the question is, since the boots are broken, what does regular Ralakesh look like now? I mean, you still get decent damage from Ralakesh. I guess the question is, would you go with Frenzy? Or, I guess any of them really matter? I don't think I need to worry about the maximum number of endurance charges, because the way we're going to build this is, since we're not playing Jugg, I actually need to figure out how I'm going to pick up the points for this. But this gives us pseudo Jugg ascendancy, so this with smashing strikes and with Disciple of the Yielding means we're always going to have endurance charge generation when mapping. And when we go to do a boss, it's kind of going to be like a Jugg. Like this in conjunction with the graft. Oh, I haven't factored in grafts. Grafts are going to give us some damage back. Yeah, I think you would do power charges, because that's what we really need assistance with, is crit. So it'd probably still run Ralakesh with the power charges. That gets us to... Oh, let me look at this. Yeah, that gets us back up to 93% crit. So I'd say Ralakesh is still probably the play then on this optimized version of the build. And then... Focused. Oh, he's got the enchant for focus, okay. Yeah, I'll have to go through his gear and his tree to make sure everything is right in the configs. But he didn't have magnetic strikes checked. I did include this in mine, and the reason why is it's kind of like Conflux on Elementalists. You kind of base the build around the fact that you're going to have this right here. So basically, almost 50% of the time, you're going to have this buff up, which just gives you more damage. So just like Conflux and Elementalist, you kind of assume that this is going to be a thing. Yeah, I'd have to play around with this, but I mean, even with the current Ralakesh boots, 180 mil is not bad. I mean, this is a very expensive setup, and I probably could optimize this a lot better, maybe make it cheaper and get more damage out of it. But I'm going to save this for now, and this will be, I'll just call this Consecrated Path Endgame. And I'll probably be looking at this over the next couple days and seeing how I can fine tune this and make it yeah, but as a proof of concept, it just goes to show you that you can scale this build for endgame. Get really good tank, really good damage, and then I didn't even factor in the grafts yet. So if we put in grafts, we're gonna definitely run the graph that gives us a chance at the endurance charges. Forget which one that is. Is it erupting? Connie's staff? I haven't even looked at that. So erupting, I think, gives you the chance. It has the one where it's like endurance charge. Nope, not this guy. Which one is this? The war cry? This is the war cry cooldown recovery rate one. Okay. So this is some extra damage right here. You could run this, and you could also probably run the jolting graph because it's a crit build. So you'd run this with +4 skill levels and crit multi. Essentially, we would take the same graph that I have in my other POB. I'll just grab that since Chris has already done the configs on it. Let me swap over to level 100 bossing. Oh, I didn't include. I forgot I took the graphs out on the finalized build. Should be able to find the text for that. Let me edit it real quick, thank you. So, 30% more maximum attack damage, 10% increased damage taken, and plus 40% to critical strike multiplier. Yeah, so you definitely would still run the jolting graph, which is insane. So that gets us up to 240. So you have a choice here. You could drop the erupting one, and you could run like a defensive graph, or you could run the endurance charge generation one, which I forget the name of it. It's I forget which one that was. It wasn't erupting. Maybe it's flame collar. It might be flame collar. It is hardening, that's what it is. It's the hardening graph. So hardening gives us additional endurance charge generation. Buff, so when you get the Tender Embrace buff, grants +1 endurance charge when gained. But not to your maximum endurance charges. I think it's the other right here that I would prefer to have. This is why you would use this graph. So you can get like up to 20% chance to gain an endurance charge when you're hit. So if you use this in conjunction with Inoxidable, you've got 45% chance to gain an endurance charge when you're hit. That's actually better than the... Well, it's not better than the Jugg Ascendancy, because Jugg... There's a chance that you get your max charges when you're hit, up to your max charges. But that's still really good generation. That, plus the fact that we're using smashing strikes, we're 100% crit build pretty much. So you're between this, getting hit, you'll have endurance charges. Yeah, I just got to go through this build and make sure that none of this stuff is broken or doesn't exist anymore since 3.25. But I think this is tentatively like a really good, yeah, proof of concept that the build scales out. We're actually gonna have power charges because that not in the config. I guess because he's using Ralakesh. Would it be better to drop these boots and go for? Oh, we're not a block build though, so we're not like gonna always be blocking. It's better to. It's definitely better to run Ralakesh, I think, still, even with the changes. I think what I'm probably going to do is when I might just add this to the Reddit post in a little bit once I proof check everything as a tentative endgame concept. This gear is going to be really hard to do in a 2-week event. You're going to have to farm an insane amount of currency, but it does kind of show you like where the build could go. I'm hesitant to be like, oh yeah, this is like how the build will scale out, because for a lot of people, they'll never get this far because, you know, 2 weeks is not a lot of time to save currency to scale build like this. But this does show you that it does scale, you know. Yeah, I just have to make sure that this stuff still exists in the game. Didn't they? I'm pretty sure they extended the last Furisha event, didn't they? Like they extended it. The input of the cost to get started. So let me save this tree real quick. So let's talk about the build that I shared, right? Oh, this is the Jugg version. I need to override this one with. I have too many dead POBs in my thing. Let me grab my Ancestral Commander one. Close POB real quick. I got killed in game. That's unfortunate. So let's talk about the initial cost to play this, right? So this is a level 95. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again because the event ends, what, mid-February, but we don't get PoE 1 till March. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they extend it again. Alright, so this is the Ancestral Commander tree, right? Level 95 should be very doable for most people to get to 95. There are no cluster jewels on this tree, right? We're talking about cost. There's no cluster jewels. We are using a 600 PDPS staff, like 650 PDPS staff. This should be incredibly easy to do, especially, like, this isn't easy to do on a normal league anyways. But with keepers in the tree, I mean, I have a better staff than this on my SSF character right now. I can show you probably what it looks like in a little bit without the MTX. But look at the gear that I have on this character right now. So no cluster jewels on the tree, right? My skill gems are all level 20-20. There's no 21 gems on my skill setup, right? So it's all 20-20 gems. If you go to the items tab, we have our two graphs here, right? One for additional endurance charge gain and the other one for the Warcry cooldown recovery rate. The only 3 uniques we're using are incredibly cheap uniques, right? Lion's Roar, very inexpensive. Perseverance, very inexpensive. Polaric Devastation, also very inexpensive. And then the rest of my gear is just life, attack speed, and accuracy. That's it. There's nothing crazy on this gear, right? you get a lot of good power gain from the implicits, you know. So, for instance, crit multi on the chest, you know, having big damage multipliers that drops brittle ground while moving, right? But when you look at the gear on this character, for the amount of tank that you're getting, 35 max fizz hit, 14 million damage, for this kind of investment on a character that has no cluster jewels, right? That has no expensive gems. When we look at the config tab, I have endurance charges here. I have fortified because of perseverance. We're always going to have our rage. We're using a consecrated ability, so we're on consecrated ground. Magmatic strikes is up half the time. Enemies at close range because we're always on them. Blinded is because we have dazzling strikes, so 20% chance to blind enemies when they're hit, and then that just scales our crit. We have they're ignited because of the skill and brittle ground. That's it for the config. Blood stance. All I did here was put on resistances and stats because it's up to you to figure out how you want to get that on your rare gear. Like for the so I'd say the cost of investment for this character is probably like 5 divine. It's like 5 to 10 divine. I think that's probably more expensive than what it actually is. I think this character is online for about 5 divine. The most expensive item on here is the staff, right? Because you could probably sink up to 10 divine on like a really good staff that's like maybe 800 PDPS 6 link. That's going to carry you for a long time. But I mean, look at this gear. None of this gear is expensive. Oh, the only other expensive thing is we run Whispers of Doom on your amulet. So maybe like 1 divine to 1.5 divines to get the golden oils. Like that's about it. It's an like that's why I was saying, like, unless they heavily nerf Ancestral Commander, which I don't think they're going to do, for the amount of investment that you're putting into this character as a league starter, it's extremely solid. Like, if I am playing trade, I have this by day 3. By day 3, so by Sunday, because I start playing Friday, right? By Sunday, I have all of this. I'm already online, and I'm just blasting maps. Probably maybe by Saturday night. It depends on how hard I go next weekend. Like, I'll be level 90 by day 2, and probably 93 plus by Sunday with this gear. So the cost is extremely cheap. What skill are you leveling with, and when do you switch? So when I tested out my character in game here, when I tested out the character, yeah, I'm not going to do SSF for Risha, Chris. I'm just saying that I'm, you know, in SSF, right? Like, if you wanted to do it, this is still an extremely viable character. Because, once again, this is a test league that I made, and I already have the Perseverance and the Lion's Roar. These are very common things to get. They drop pretty commonly. The only thing you have to target farm is the ring, and that's just doing Black Star over and over. So, it was just to basically say, like, the build is very viable in SSF. But, yeah, I agree. You want to play trade for an event like this. For leveling, I found personally that Consecrated Path of Endurance feels really good, at least on Juggernaut, when you get to around level 65 and you do your 3rd lab. And that's because at that point you have enough points on the tree. So in conjunction with the endurance stuff, you're going to have your endurance charge here, and here. You're going to have, you know, Disciple of Unyielding. You just kind of have enough points on the tree at that point to make it work. And it's going to be the same way with Ancestral Commander. By the time you get to like level 65, 70, you're going to have all of those endurance charge points on the tree to scale your damage. And most importantly, you're going to have Inexorable, which is like the pseudo Jugg ascendancy. And you're also going to have Smashing Strikes, which gives you endurance charges when you crit. So all of those things combined, and Disciple of Unyielding, right? You can have all of those points. Disciple, Inexorable, Smashing Strikes, and your 3 endurance charge points. You can have all of that by the time you're 65. And so then when you swap to a Consecrated Path, it's going to feel pretty good. And I would say you could play Sunder while you're leveling. You could play Ground Slam. Basically any slam skill you like. And you're going to still run a Warcry setup, right? So you're going to run, you know, Seismic, with Intimidating, whatever, on Auto Exertion to buff yourself with maybe a Precision and a Herald of Ash or something. And you'll just play that with Sunder or Ground Slam until you swap over to Consecrated. Yeah, and you just pick up generic melee Fizz nodes, right? Like Bastion Breaker, Wrecking Ball, things like that. You could invest some points into some damage nodes that you're going to respec out of when you're no longer playing the pure Fizz slam. So you could go into things like Martial Experience. You could even take like Vanquisher, and then you can drop those points when you go Avatar of Fire and Magmatic Strikes for Consecrated Path. So yeah, very, very cheap, I think, to do this as a league start. And you know, as long as they don't like nerf this stuff, like, and once again, I just don't think they're going to destroy Ancestral Commander. Like, if they do, I'll play another build. But what is the point of having a 2-week meme league in which you have ridiculous ascendancies? Like, I don't know why they would nerf, say, Ancestral and Surfcaster. Like, these are the two that everyone wants to play, right? Surfcaster and Ancestral Commander. Why would they nerf these two and not touch any of the other ascendancies? Like, I think what they will do is buff things that nobody played to give people more options. They're a completely different prod. None of the ascendancies from the regular game exist in Furisha. You know, so I think they're going to buff things like the Duelist ascendancies that nobody really played. I think they're going to buff things like, you know, maybe the Templar ascendancies, you know. They might even buff the other Ranger ones because everyone enjoyed playing, what was it, Windspeaker, Wildspeaker, whatever, because of the Frenzy Charge and all that kind of stuff. So it's possible they make Ancestral Commander terrible. I just don't see that happening. But we'll see. And if they do, then I'll just play a different build. But what I think is interesting to see is we don't. That's the problem. Like, they might drop them on Monday. I think they might drop them on Wednesday. My hope is they drop them no later than Monday to give people a few days to plan their builds. Because if they drop them like Wednesday or Thursday, that's really unfortunate, because then you're only giving people like a day or so to like plan what they're going to do. So if they have any sense, they'll drop the notes on Monday, and that gives everybody a couple days to figure out what they're going to do. I would be very, I don't know, I'd be very disappointed in them if they nerf like the 2 or 3 ascendancies that everyone played and don't like actually buff any of the other ones. I think they might make slight adjustments to Surfcaster and Ancestral, and then buff a lot of the other ascendancies to get people like... The whole point, right, is to make all these ascendancies have cool new things that you can't do in the game. Why not fix the ascendancies that nobody played last time around? Start on the workday isn't a good idea, I think. No, the right thing is they would have just released everything last week, or, you know, whenever they made the announcement. But I think what ended up happening was this. My suspicion is that they didn't plan to do Furisha event. This wasn't something they were planning to do. There was a lot of negative blowback from them saying that PoE 1 wasn't coming till like March, and then they were like, let's figure out something to do for the PoE 1 crowd. Oh, we'll do Furisha again. And then I think they're looking back at Furisha and they're like, oh, we would like to balance things or change things or do things to make it a little bit different this time around. I might have missed it, Chris. Let me see. I don't think Consecrated Path as itself is as good as a leveling skill as Sunder or Ground Slam. I think that, in my opinion, just the way the base gems are with their stats, and the fact that you got the bleed tech early on with Fizz and stuff, Sunder and Ground Slam and things like that are just far better leveling skills. And generally, when the whole community agrees, like, if you're playing like a melee slam, you pretty much always level Sunder or Ground Slam to swap over to something else if that's the case. And a lot of people just do Earth Shatter now too. I think the Fizz slam skills just have more power early on in the game, especially when you use the bleed tech and things like that. So I would have to try playing Consecrated. I'd have to level a character myself and play Consecrated Path and see how it feels before I tell people, yeah, that's a viable thing to do. I think you just play what is tried and true and works, which is Sunder, Earth Shatter, or Ground Slam, and you're just going to have a better experience, I think. And for a lot of people like myself, I've leveled characters so many times playing those skills, I can level very quickly, at least for me, and not really think about what I'm doing, versus like playing a different type of skill that I have to scale the damage a little bit differently because it's converting fizz to fire and other shit. So yeah, I think this tree is really good. And I think that this other tree shows you that you can make the build viable. It requires insane investment, but I mean 200+ million damage, lots of tankiness. So this would be like what you would strive for. And I'm gonna tweak this over the next day or two and see if I can make it squeeze more damage out of it. Maybe change some of the items to make it not so expensive, but you know, Mage Blood, that's a lot of money, right? An insane weapon like this is a lot of money to craft. I mean, he's got Forbidden Flame Flesh. Yeah, he's going for Unyielding, which is interesting. So he goes for... uses Flame Flesh to get Unyielding. That's actually really smart. That actually saves me points. I didn't like look at his Forbidden Flame Flesh, because Unyielding... well, that gives you more damage. Oh, no, it gives you the endurance charge when you stun an enemy, too. You still get the... Forbidden Flame Flesh gives you the regular ascendancies, not the Pharisha ones. So you can actually steal an ascendancy from the regular classes. Or steal a ascendancy from the regular ascendancies. Yeah, I think Unyielding would be the play, right? Because you scale so much damage in area of effect, and you get some more endurance charge generation from stunning. So I think I would probably still go Unyielding. Thanks, Doctor, for the follow. Yeah, I'll play around with the Forbidden Flames on it, but yeah, I think you could very much do something in game here. I just got to double check all the uniques to make sure that these are the right versions for the current league, and make sure that his config stuff is actually lined up with what's in here. Oh yeah, yeah. That's why I said this POB is more of an example of where you could scale the build, but we're talking like probably unrealistic for most players because it's going to cost so much money in the span of like 2 weeks, right? But if you wanted to see where you could take the build, this is an example of where the build could go. I think this is very realistic for players like myself if we had 3 or 4 weeks in the event. But 2 weeks is not a lot of time to do this. I don't think this is realistic for me in 2 weeks, mostly because I work during the week, right? Like most people do. So it's going to be very hard to grind in a 2-week period to get this kind of gear, even with trade. But if they extended the event to, like, say, 4 weeks, like all of February, which in my opinion they should, I think this is very realistic for a lot of players within a month. I think a month of playing the league, you could put this gear together pretty easily for you know, players that know what they're doing, that have played the game for a while. Definitely not new player friendly, but most end game optimized POBs are not new player friendly, right, at all. So yeah, I'm going to work on this one, but this kind of shows you what you can do. I think I could probably cut the damage in half and very easily do it in 2 weeks and take some of this gear away. What do you mean a live broadcast of Pharisha? I'll be streaming next weekend when I play, so for sure I will be doing that. Okay, guys, I'm going to go back to playing the character a little bit. I'll work on this POB off stream. I'm going to have to think about stuff for a while, but yeah. Let me look at the tree you gave me, Chris, for setting up some XP farm here. We'll get that going for a little bit. I'll probably drop... I don't mind having the scarab stuff on there. I usually don't do scarabs on my first tree because you don't need to juice maps when you're just like, you know, making your way through the atlas initially. But yeah, let's see what we got here. I also don't have 2 of my void stones right now, so I'm gonna pick up these nodes just to compensate for that. It feels pretty good right now, Vapo, on breach encounters. I'll show you when I do a map in a couple minutes. Our idle slots unlocked, I forgot. I think it's just Atlas completion unlocks more slots. I'm trying to remember from Phorecia, but I think the more maps you completed on your Atlas, the more idle slots you unlocked. And then doing like the typical stuff where it's like doing the typical stuff where, you know, like Maven witnessing the different, like, you know, Conqueror bosses, things like that, also unlocked idols, I believe, from the event. Everything that basically unlocked, like, more skill points, milestones. Yeah, so, like, Void Stones, and then Maven witnessing, like, you know, the 4 Conqueror bosses, the 4 Guardian bosses, things like that. Take the Harby. Checking my normal tree for what I do at this point. I could go into a little harvest if I want some juice. Getting some harvest juice would be pretty good since I am playing SSF. And the risk mods start in white maps. I don't know when the risk mods start. The white maps or yellow maps? Hey Elsie, how's it going? Things are good. I'm just testing stuff out for next weekend. I might take some harvest actually on top of this because getting some juice would be pretty good right now for crafting options. I could see something like this working. Does a corpse explode ascendancy for clearing after your initial hit and killing things, or are you generating corpses in some way? So the way I believe the ancestral commander works is when your war cry goes off and there's corpses near you, they explode. So obviously on a boss it's not useful. It's really good for mapping, right? So as you're just blowing shit up on the screen and there's corpses everywhere, then your war cries trigger every few seconds, and then all those corpses explode and just do more damage. So it's just really, really good for mapping. I completed like 35 to 40 blighted maps and no stampede, but I still got my percent reservation implicit in Runecraft or Treachery. Nice. Yeah, I haven't played this build for a couple days. I had a pretty crazy work week, so I'm playing it this weekend. I'm going to try to farm some XP today, and then probably work on grinding out the maps I need for my Void Stones for bosses tomorrow. Saw your POB for Furisha. Aren't you worried about endurance charge uptime without him flinching? Nope, not worried about it at all. On our POB, let me open it up real quick. And I go over this in the video. So we are handling endurance charges a few ways. The first way that we're going to deal with endurance charge generation is inexorable. This is like a pseudo version of the Jugg ascendancy that you're talking about. This gives us 25% chance to gain endurance charge when you're hit. We don't get the chance for it to be max charges, but we do get this in conjunction with running the hardening graph that has 10%, this scales up to 20%, but 50% chance to gain an endurance charge when you're hit. So you can get 40 to 45% chance on endurance charge generation whenever you take a hit. On top of that, we're running smashing strikes, which gives us 10% chance to gain an endurance charge on melee crit. We're a crit build, we're going to be critting all the time, so that generates charges. And then also while mapping, we'll have even better sustain from Disciple of Unyielding. So it won't be as 100% perfect. Like the one thing that Jugg gives us that we don't have from the tree is the chance for max charges when we get hit, but that's a slim chance. Between Inexorable, Smashing Strikes, and the graph, I think we'll have decent uptime on bosses. At least we'll always have several endurance charges, and then Disciple of Unyielding will make it feel really good when we're mapping. So I'm not too worried about it. And I think like if you really wanted to, when you pivot the build into bossing, so I'm not gonna save this. We were just looking at an in-game version of the build that I'm gonna play around with. Instead of taking the unyielding nodes, you could actually go for unflinching on a Forbidden Flame Flesh when you want to make more of a bosser and you scale the damage out for even better generation when you're bossing. And then you could drop these 3 points here because you don't need this anymore if you're running that. You are going to lose some damage, but it's not much, right? If you swap over to the other Ascendancy from Jugg. So the play might be when you pivot for bossing and you scale the build out towards the end of the event, you pick up the Flame Flesh for unflinching instead of unyielding, and then you can drop Inexorable. But for like mapping in T16s as a league starter between, you know, like I said, Inexorable, Smashing Strikes, and the graph that you have, I think it'll be fine for like map bosses and Void Stones and stuff. And then you can just do the Flame Flesh for unflinching if you want to take the build, if you want to scale it into, you know, bossing and that kind of stuff. I actually will probably make that swap on this POB and just run unflinching over unyielding and drop these 3 points. I'm actually going to do that real quick before I forget. Got cool placeholder, Elder Boots with 8% generate endurance charge on kill. Nice. Yeah, so let's do unflinching for this instead. What made you choose Consecrated Path? I'm just having a lot of fun playing it right now. I initially was just testing it out as a fun idea on my SSF private league, and when I saw the Freesia announcement, I was like, it would be really good on Ancestral Commander. So, fair enough. Thank you for the rundown. Last league, I played a turbo expensive Vigilant Strike AC, and I remember running Forbidden Flame, Flesh with Unflinching. I was a bit worried. Yeah, no, I was. I think for like once again, just doing your like literally. I think people, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but I think people look at a PUB and they're like, "Oh, how's this going to do on an Uber boss?" And I'm like, no, I'm advertising this as a league starter for the beginning of the event. I never said it was like an Uber boss killer or like something where you'd want to always have those max endurance charges, right, for the max damage. So for like league start and void stones and T16s, it's like gonna blast and be perfectly fine. But yes, you're absolutely right. For like a bossing version of the build that's scaling damage, it'd be far better to have the Juggs unflinching, because that's just gonna solve that endurance charge problem for you. And then, like I said, that enables us to actually drop those 3 points that I had slotted right here as a pseudo Jugg unflinching. So I really like that. That's a good idea for this bossing version that I'm working on right now, or in-game content version. So I'll come back to this later, but that kind of addresses that concern. Alright, so we're going to be doing a little bit of Abyss and a little bit of some Harvest juice farming. For the cheap version of the build, Doctor, like Enduring Composure. Yeah. Because that's a chance to gain, and that's a guaranteed gain endurance charge on hit, right? So yeah, that could be good. I really don't like putting cluster jewels. I try to avoid it if possible on my league start versions of builds, because I like it to be as SSF viable as possible, and some people may not be farming Delirium right off the bat. So I try to scale the build to its lowest possible value without doing like cluster jewels. But yeah, I mean, since it's probably going to be playing trade, Enduring Composure is a pretty good suggestion. Hit recently, okay. The only interesting about this tree I just spec'd is I don't have any of the stuff for Exarch, but I still think Ezomite staff. I'm not using an Ezomite on this character right now. This is just what the tree gave me, right? It's SSF, so you take what you can get. You definitely want to use Ezomite staff because it has the highest crit value, like crit base. So that's definitely what you want to go for. I might actually drop some of the harvest and go like one of the things I want to do is try to farm some Black Star invitations, so I might take the Exarch stuff on the tree. Oh, the Corrupted Jewels? That's fair, Chris. Yeah, I could drop that. I just want to get some points into the Exarch stuff, because I'd like to do a few Black Stars today. Maybe I get lucky and I get the ring. The ring's a really nice damage multiplier, because it gives you, covers enemies in Ash, which is just super nice.
Return to your barren world.
It's going to be so dope because, yeah, someone mentioned that on Reddit. I could do the graph that has Ash on it and drop the ring. I wonder, like, if there's a better ring I could use in place of that, or maybe it just helps with the build because it makes it, like, less dependent on uniques. That actually is pretty fair. Which one gives you Ash? Is it Flamecaller? So funny enough, I don't really feel like weak to elemental ailments on this build, and there's a couple reasons for that. So the first reason is, so to answer your question, no. To answer your question, I won't be running Purity of Elements on this build or Ancestral Commander, and there's a few reasons why. The first one is I'm probably going to run Brine King for freeze immunity. I'm not doing that right now. I think I have my freeze immunity flask. I don't even have a freeze immunity flask. And the reason why is what we have with Jugg, and we're going to have this on Ancestral Commander, is this node right here, where it gives us action speed cannot be modified to below base value, and movement speed can't be modified to below base value. So we're chill immune, and we're pseudo freeze immune, essentially. So that basically solves the annoyance of that. We can still be shocked, we can still be ignited, you know, all that kind of stuff, but you're so tanky on the Jugg / Ancestral Commander, I don't feel like I actually need elemental ailment immunity. It's nice, it's obviously better, right, from an objective standpoint, but I don't feel like I need it, like when I'm playing the character. Right now, I feel really weak on this guy because I have like no chaos resistance. So a lot of times I'm running into issues where, because I was doing ritual like earlier today and you know this past week, because I have no chaos resistance, it just makes me feel like when I'm doing like ritual, I get chunked by the chaos damage right now. Obviously on trade, I would have my chaos resistance solved at this point. But when it comes to like the elemental stuff, you know, I don't feel like I really need it. And then on the endgame version I'm working on, we scale our elemental max resistance higher than just 76, 75. So that helps with it too. So it's basically boils down to the fact that we can't be chilled, we can't be like actually frozen, you know. So yeah, I'm not gonna be running Purity of Elements, and I think that we'd have to give up too much to try to fit that in. Flame Collar? Okay. After this map, I'll take a look at the POB again, because maybe I'll slot in a Flame Collar for the Ash, and then we'll drop Polaric Ring and see if there's something better we can put in there.
Oh, the nation's shiny.
I don't think I have the currency right now to be running crafts on the, like, I don't have enough Chaos Curse to be burning it right now, because I'm using that to reroll maps if I need to avoid like Ali Reflect and stuff like that. Once I get better, like once I get better sustain of currency on this character, I just haven't, like, even though this character has existed for a week, I haven't been able to play it because of work and stuff. So this still feels like I'm on day 2 right now of a league on this guy. I just don't have a lot in my stash. Yeah, I think I'm going to drop the Harvest because Tree is so good. Although Harvest Juice does help us solve some problems like swapping a resistance or something. Oh, and I also got a small cluster jewel with Fish's Guard and 2% chance to block attack damage, so I modified the tree. SSF is fun when you get stuff like that. Yeah, SSF makes you really feel the rewards a lot better, right? Because, you know, obviously on trade you can just pick it up super easy, but definitely feels more rewarding on SSF. Let's go ahead and slot in that Flame Collar on the POB real quick, and or change the mod on it, because I think I'm already using a Flame Collar. So I guess it's a toss-up between having the increased War Cry cooldown recovery, but I think it's worth having the Ash Oh no, that's going to be a suffix, huh? That's super... Is this what gives it to you? Ashen Pillar? Oh, it does it by default. Oh. So I don't even need to worry about that. Huh. I guess you'd want the crit multiplier on it then. If it gives it to you by default. So if we're using Flame Caller, then we can just check. It probably doesn't calculate that in POB, so if I drop Polaric, we lose that, and then if I manually hit Ash, okay. Yeah, so then what ring could we use? Let's see if there's a cheap unique ring that's better than Polaric. Oh, Calm Sign is actually kind of funny, yeah, because it gives you... It's actually legit pretty good because it gives you the extra endurance charge. That's kind of funny, actually. Cyclone is super tanky. I only die to random chills and Exarch's Balls of Fire. Yeah, that's why I love about my build. It's incredibly tanky. I guess, like, Calm Sign is legit, like, a pretty good ring, right? That's kind of crazy. More damage. So, we got an incredibly cheap unique in place of a slightly more incredibly cheap unique, but more damage. Alright. Let me go ahead. Maybe via prophecy? I can't remember before they took out Navali. Yeah, I guess I'll update the Reddit post and I'll update the YouTube video. Thanks, Tuck, for the follow. Calm's Way. Calm's Way, is that still a thing? I don't see it in POB, so I'm assuming that's not a thing in the game anymore. I think they took some of the prophecy uniques, right, and put them into the core, and then got rid of some of the others, if I remember correctly. Go ahead and just make this change on my actual character too. So we're gonna pick up Calms. Swap Calms here. And then we get the Covered in Ash from the Grafts, which we're already running. And we probably want to swap this from to... I guess it doesn't matter. It's not calculating it in the POB right now. Alright, so I've updated my stuff too. Cool. So the build got even better for an incredibly cheap, very common unique. Very nice. Okay. Back to it. For SSF or Combinator stuff, we need lots of alts. How would you recommend farming more? I was thinking about shipments, 2-gen. Yeah, I mean, I would say probably just always run ships, and 2-gen bubblegum currency is pretty good too. I think like, I'm sure there's been a post on somebody that's done the theory crafting on it, but I would suspect that Expedition and 2-gen for bubblegum currency is probably the best way to get bubblegum currency. So I would say that's probably the play for stocking up on a lot of alts. I'm going to grab a drink and use the restroom, guys. I'll be right back. Earthquake Juggernaut. I remember playing Earthquake Juggernaut Bleed. It was so good back in the day. Still not a bad build. This was better in a different state of the game. Alright guys, just checking a few things. Thanks Slab for the follow. Okay. So yeah, let's adjust this tree real quick. We're gonna drop the jewels nodes. And what are the most important things I need? I need brittle ground, right? More than anything else right now. And I believe brittle ground is leader, not Exarch. Pretty good damage boost. Is it Exarch? Exarch is brittle. Interesting, okay. Let's go ahead and spec this. Then we'll probably drop some of the harvest nodes. Yeah, I think I'm just going to drop harvest completely. You just walk around, right? So because I'm always going to be moving my character around, they'll be brittle underneath me. And because we're using Consecrated Path like is constantly moving you. So I'll be just teleporting and moving around the boss and dropping brittle ground on top of them, which gives us tons of crit stacking. Okay, I like that there. Then go more in on Harvey. Block beyond boss node. Which node is that? The one in the center wheel? Talking about this one right here. I mean, I do need the juice from Harvest ideally, but what I really need right now is Black Star. Or, well, no, I have a. What am I thinking? Oh, I just wasted a ton of points. I completely forgot that we just talked about graft. Like running a flame collar graft gives me ash, so I don't need the ring. I'm like spacing right now, but no. I need the brittle ground on my boots. I'm sorry guys, it's been a long work week. The keystone to the right of the center wheel. Okay. You don't like getting the beyond bosses? You don't care about the tainted currency? Oh, okay. Because the portals. Oh, gotcha. Beyond portals and demons stop spawning after unique bomb. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. So we took that. We've got our abyss. We're doing Exarch to get brittle ground on boots. Honestly, I might want the harvest juice more than I need harbingers right now, just for crafting options. It might be worth still running harvest and dropping the harbinger stuff.
Long day.
Yeah, well, Harpies are nice on SSF too, right? Because of the fracturing orbs. But I'm not there yet. Like that's when you need those when you're crafting like, you know, in-game gear, right? I'm not close to that. So oh, my shipment came back to King's March. Let's go see what I got. Thank you, Elsie.
You should really hail.
Sent off a decently sized one. Alright.
Why, hello!
Really use more. What have you got? We're gonna have fun with that one. Not bad, not bad. Let's make some dust. Hail! Hail! Oh, this one'll make great dust.
Alright, we got some stuff going at town. We got our Exarch. Alright. Let's go do some maps. Yeah, how much is Abyss on the map device? I've got 2. Oh, I've got at least 1 free craft, but my game just froze. The latency spike there was crazy. What in the world? That was ridiculous. Surprised I didn't die. Yeah, it's just it's there's something just really satisfying about slamming right, and you're like half your screen blows up. It just really feels nice. Like when I play this on trade next weekend, and I can like really start juicing this thing, not do this SSF struggle life test stuff. It's gonna be crazy, dude. I'm so excited. And on top of this, you're gonna have just bodies exploding everywhere from my war cries for extra damage. Oh yeah, because it's a relatively tanky character, so. Damn, that's a lot of percent actually when you're mapping at that level. No chaos resistance. Feels bad. Feels bad. That's a crazy amount of mobs, yeah. How long did it take you to complete a map with that much stuff going on?
Orb of scouring.
I cannot do this yet.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, well, that's the problem with like Abyss, right? Also with like, especially with Delirium. Jeez, I hate Delirium sometimes. Probably a meme, but what about linking battle mages? Cry with unearthed greater volley for additional corpse explosions. I don't know. Yeah, could be a thing. The question is, like, how often is our war cries going to be going off with the Ancestral Commander Ascendancy stuff? If it's like every, 2 seconds or something, I think we have enough war cries going off to explode corpses. Because right now it's like, what, 4 seconds? Maybe 5 seconds for my war cries. The Ancestral Commander will lower that a bit, so... So somebody was asking how does it feel with Breach. This is basically how it feels with Breach. Was this boss? I was like, huh, okay. 3 orbs of annulment. Let's freaking go, dude. It's huge on SSF. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip Cassie. I'm blighted out for right now. I have my oils. I don't think I'm gonna be changing this neck for a minute. It's like decent, like SSF starter neck piece. So I'd have to farm up another 3 golden oils too, which I'm just not gonna do on this test character, unless I have like an insane neck drop. So.
Hello.
98% darkness enthroned? What, dude? It's not 100, but it's 98. Be a decent little chunk of change. I'll hold on to this Stygian because it's item level 85, so you never know. Might craft something on it later. That's a really nice darkness enthroned. It was almost perfect. I had a Cloak of Flame drop earlier too, which I thought is pretty crazy. Pretty nice drop on SSF. They're not super rare, but they're also not super common. You get a lot of mobs on Blight. I'm not surprised, to be completely honest. Let's reflect Ellie. It's not. Poison on hits, a little rough for me right now with no chaos resistance. Let's run the Abyss. So basically, the next thing I really need to craft is a Flame Collar graft. We need a Flame Collar graft for the Ash. So that's my priority with Tree moving forward. 100%. Hey Cable, what's going up? It's been a minute. Not much, just playing some slam stuff here. Doing some XP farming essentially. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if it's not too expensive, I am getting like, I guess, alright chaos. So. Probably see what the altar is. Chaos damage per second is a little, not ideal. These are boss. I was like, that's burning ground. What was that debuff on me? What was killing me? I didn't see a debuff. Is it burning ground? Usually when you're on burning ground though, there's a indicator, like I'm dying right here. Oh, you know what? It's something with the map mod. Like I got hit with something and my resistances are just it's recovery rate of life and energy shield. Okay. It's like something that boss did. Oh, yeah, alter mods maybe. Takes during any flask effects. Maybe that in combination with the map mods, and I just didn't have any life leech because I wasn't hitting anything, was killing me. Yeah. So my life leech stabilizes me during the flask fight. Like, well, almost, not really. Okay. But the alter mod killed me. That's funny. The smart thing would be just to abandon this map then. Or just not ever hit my flasks. I can do this without flasks. Yeah. If I had the chaos resistance, it's just, yeah, I don't. Oh yeah, well if they were if they were automated, we'd be out of the map right now, right? So like, yeah, I would have just left the map. I would have been like, yeah, no, we're done, for sure. I've got enough like inherent tankiness on this character, like I don't need my defensive flasks, for at least for the like what I'm doing right now, and my damage is like more than enough for this kind of content. That's why a lot of people are like, oh, I don't know, man, like. I'm like, look at the POB, man. Like, for the investment on this character, it's crazy the amount of gains you get, like, as a league starting scenario. This is Breach boss. It could be a little interesting. Yeah, that's kind of like their philosophy with the altars is, oh, you gain a little bit of power, but you also, like, it's really dangerous. I hate this map. I should probably run this, though, for completion. Just joined. What build is this? We are playing right now Consecrated Path of Endurance on Juggernaut. And I am testing it in anticipation of Freesia League. So this is the exact same build, but we are using Ancestral Commander as our ascendancies. So basically more damage, more tankiness. It's just what you're seeing now, but better. And also Ancestral Commander will give us, our auto war cries will be blowing up corpses. So yeah, pretty good. But this is like the Juggernaut version. Pretty tanky, decent damage. I'm playing it in a, I created a test SSF league to play it in. So no trade. It's grinding away. I actually haven't dropped it in the Discord yet. I made a video on the YouTube channel, so it's there. And I made a Reddit post, but let me go ahead and do that real quick. Thank you for reminding me. Make the post right now. Okay, yeah, it's dropped the note in Discord, and whenever I kind of figure out the end game version of the build, I'll probably be updating the Reddit post, and I'll drop it in the Discord too. So we'll see how it goes. Oh, dude. All right. Sweet. $144 mobs. Oh, it's not what I read.
Divination card.
Might go make some grabs after this, see if we get that flame collar. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Main reason I'm doing X arcs anyways is I guess they add XP, so it's definitely worth it, right? But it's also like you know, getting to a Black Star invitation. So, well, no, it's we need the I keep forgetting that we're doing Flame Collar graph for Ash, so we just need the currency, the Eldritch currency, so I can roll brittle all my boots. So essentially, I would say minion or look at the altar for boss, or if it gives me like Eldritch currency as a reward, because that's what I really need right now. That brittle ground on boots is an insane damage multiplier. Once I have that and Ash from the graft, like it's gonna be good.
Cha-ching. That's a bottom score.
Gotcha.
Cha-ching.
Greetings.
Let's go see if we can get a Flame Collar graph.
Enter.
So on that, and we'll go with Flame Collar. Flame Collar is off, right? Yeah. Let's double check that. Yep.
She will soon bear fruit.
That's pretty good. 42% increased attack damage. It's not a bad graft. I could have a better jolting. So maybe I try to roll a better jolting real quick. Yeah, that's pretty good. Enemy Explode is on Ancestral Command. It doesn't. This is a Juggernaut. We don't have that till Phorecia next weekend. If you're asking when I'm going to go for it when I play the build, my thought process on Ascendancy Order is the following. I think that you're going to want to go for the War Cries first while you're leveling. That's just going to give you the best damage. Because we're not going to be I'm not going to be playing Consecrated Pathway level. So I'll go for these two first. When I finish maps, I'm going to actually take Toughened Skin. This is going to help out with early mapping because it is going to give us just a lot of elemental ailment immunity negation. And then when I start to need the damage later on, when you know, my 4th ascendancy, I'll pick up the extra 3 endurance charges. So that's, you know, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So enemy explode will be the 2nd ascendancy or 2nd lab when I level the character. That's what I'm currently thinking right now.
She will soon bear fruit. She will soon bear fruit.
1% more maximum attack damage, so that's essentially what, 10% more maximum attack damage, plus 40% increased critical strike chance, and just a better increased global critical strike chance. My current graph gives me multiplier, which is better than chance. However, I think the more here. I'm already using a jolting though, Chris. So I'm not. Oh, that you're saying that mod means. I thought by default the graph made you take more damage. Was I always assuming wrong? Is it that particular mod? Oh, 1% increased damage taken. Right. I see it. I got you. I see the mod above it. A little bit of a different idea from your build. But Dawnstrider boots with the additional totem ascendancy will give you 3 totems using Earth Shatter that explode with your war cries. Your totems will take 20% of your damage. Might be good for Uber bosses on this build. Could be, yeah. I'll have to look into what I want to do past the the League Start version. Yeah, okay. I'll save it for later in case I want to use it later.
Good to see you here.
I'm not gonna lie, I still want to kind of go for like a 6-link chest that doesn't have a life mod on it, but high armor, because I think like having a bit of additional life would be nice right now. Although the armor on this thing is fantastic. That's actually kind of funny. This is almost a perfectly rolled Legion plate base, but
She will soon
maybe we get lucky here.
It's just a 5-3.
What the? Holy moly, look at the armor on that guy. The funny thing is I'm not even getting life benefit. I'm not even getting life benefit from this this chest piece right now, right? Because the regen life mod blocks me. Well, my current chest is bricked anyways because I can't use mastery life on it and I can't roll life on it. You know what I mean? So my current chest gives me low life anyways. So I think this is a net positive because it's just like, you know, 400 more armor. And then because of the Jugg ascendancy, that's actually 800 more armor on the build. And then I can actually put lightning resistance on it, or I could roll. Yeah, I'd have to put like lightning resistance on it. That's insane, right? That's kind of crazy. Look at that. It's almost a perfect base on Royal Plate, you know? So my base armor right now is 20,500. This puts me up almost to 22k base armor. You said reroll the Fizz. Reroll Fizz for stuff PDR. I'm not sure what you mean, Ver. Yeah, so this is basically just a better chest because it actually gives me a little bit of life and a shit ton more armor, and I can put lightning resistance on it. That's crazy. Okay, game. Ask and you shall receive a chest with more armor. 5k armor is actually insane. That's actually kind of crazy. Lock prefixes and a harvest reroll fizz mod that gives fizz PDR guaranteed. Oh, you mean as a suffix? No, I have divines to do it. I don't know if I have the craft. I don't have like the harvest juice to do the harvest. I have 5 divines, so I can lock prefixes on the chest and do that. This is where I was like, I need harvest juice. You know, harvest juice is really good, obviously. So maybe I just put lightning resist on this for now, and then as I get the harvest juice, I can do that later. I don't think I'm going to get a better chest than that anytime soon, if I'm being completely honest. And we can put lightning chaos resist on this, actually. That, I guess, like, it's a little bit of a shame, that life roll. It's kind of unfortunate. It's really unfortunate, actually. I don't know if the tree is actually going to give me anything better right now.
She will soon bear fruit.
Aw, that's just a 5 lead.
Yeah, finding the craft, prefixes can't be changed. Isn't that like, cursed whatever? I don't think I have that craft yet. So I don't have the harvest juice or the stuff for the craft, but it is, I guess it is what it is. That's crazy. Like, even if I wanted to go back to using a chest with okay-ish armor, I lose like almost 5k armor. That's insane. We are Giga Tank now.
I cannot carry this.
Yeah, it's the quality that makes it so good. Okay, no more good stuff there. But hey, we got our graph. That's all that matters. That's the main thing we were looking for.
Yes, just like that.
Cha-ching's going. Cha-ching's going.
Well, the tree provides. The tree always provides. That's actually a crazy chest. 5,000 armor is ridiculous, dude. Alright. This game, man, sometimes when it hits, it hits. Ruins of the Syrian Exarch is tragic. No, it's a SSF league, Ver. I did it specifically so I could, like, as a proof of concept. You know, this is a private league, locked to SSF. Absolutely no chance of getting any assistance testing this character out. The private league's almost over, though. I think it ends today or tomorrow. I might have to refund it. I'll probably refund it. Yeah, it's just a test environment. I'm going to be moving this character over to trade anyways in probably a day or two because I want to test out scaling it with the endgame version that I'm theory crafting. Just so I can get an idea of how that feels on Jugg before playing it on, you know, Yo, that latency when I sometimes enter maps is kind of crazy right now. Oh yeah, dudes. We're rocking and rolling. I didn't look at my buff. What is this? Am I doing Kirax missions for completion? I was, yeah. I got most of my Atlas completed. It's like a lot of unique maps I'm missing now. It's pretty much mostly unique maps. There's like one or two like burial chambers. I think I have one in my stash for that. And I'm missing this sepulcher here. Sepulcher. I'm missing like maybe 5 to 7 regular maps, and then the rest are all uniques. Yeah. Whoa. So that lag happens like whenever I exit the it's like when the game pauses and then I go back into it, I get like a high latency spike. That's kind of crazy. Oh, nope, there it is again. Oh yeah, this build's a blast. I'm having a lot of fun with it. $52 MS is kind of crazy. I wonder what's going on with my network right now. I can't believe I have a 5,000 armor chest. That's actually ridiculous. I think this is going to be the 6, like, we're probably going to be 6-linking this thing manually. Yeah, we just got that too. It's pretty crazy. Well, there's two ways, Chris. There's the Beastcraft, or if usually when I manually 6-link something on an item that's like gonna be used for a while, I'll just blow fusings on it. Fusings are actually not too bad on SSF this league because you get a lot of dead 6-links that you can't use from the tree. And it's like 20 fusings whenever you break them down every time. But Beastcraft would be the way to go for sure.
Or the fountain. Just a rock.
Dude, you can feel that covered in ash. That covered in ash. Like getting the graft online, dude. It's so good. I'm actually curious, what is my stuff up? I'm at like what, 35k? I gotta see with my flasks. Almost 40k armor. It's not too bad. I mean, so it's a different type of build, right? This build is designed around stacking endurance charges and using them to fuel the ability. So you're just asking, like, how does it feel against a completely different build? I'd have to scale out an Earth Shatter build, and it would be a lot different than this for me to be able to, like, say, unfortunately, which one is better or not. I think this build is really good. I think Earth Shatter on Ancestral Commander will be really good also, but you'd be building it a lot differently than this. Eventuality Rod. It depends on, like... Yeah, I think Eventuality Rod is the end game play. The question is, like, will I be able to get to that point before the end of a 2-week league, you know what I mean? But yes, that would be the end game item you'd want to use for this because of the endurance charge. I did, but I can do that real quick. So let's just take the MTX off. So I took it off the Heralds, and I took it off of Consecrated Path. So it basically just looks like a fire explosion. This is the normal aesthetic. Yeah, it's a cool looking ability. Like, and also there is a, I haven't looked at this one yet, but there is a Stygian Consecrated Path, so we can see what that looks like. Well, that's kind of sick, actually. That's actually kind of sick. It's like blue flames, so you could do that with Link Sherwood for the sub. You could do that with like maybe, oh man, what would be good with that? Probably Sun Prism. Transcendence is probably the play. For Herald of Ash, probably want Transcendence. And then do this one on this, I guess. This is what I was saying, Chris, like, we were talking about this earlier. You always have to look at stuff. You can't look at the League starter version of a build. Because in this game, right, like, scaling stuff out, there's the amount of people, like theory crafting and figuring things out, like, and the interactions in this game. Granted, that build version we were looking at is, like, really expensive. But at the same time, it's like really expensive. But I mean, so is our in-game Cyclone build. So it's like, you know, but like, I obviously it's not going to be doable. I think in a 2-week Phoresia event. But the fact that we were theory crafting an Ancestral Commander earlier with this, and we were looking at 200 million damage with 60k plus max fizz hit and like 100k on all of our Ellies and stuff is pretty crazy. You know, it's pretty damn crazy. Yeah. I think you got to keep it fire themed just because of the graph we're using. Oh no, we want Celestial Warcry effect. Well, I really don't even need to do Black Star anymore because we have Ash from our graph, but
Maven, the challenge begins.
Yes.
Your champion will fall. Simulacrum. The dark side fades.
Has arrived to challenge me for
nah. Yeah, right. The ring will drop this time. No, we got the frickin' eternal struggle. Eternal struggle.
Greetings.
Actually, that's gonna dust for really good money, so we should hold on to that. Alright, dust that guy. I gotta put more money in the town anyways. Keep forgetting, I need to be rolling this on boots, actually. We need the crit on the boots. Never lucky, dude. Never lucky. Let's go fund the town.
Exile.
Okay. Oh, there's our burial chambers. This boss can be kind of annoying. Well, this looks alright. Let's see what happens when we corrupt it. I think it's doable. Yeah, that's fine. As long as it doesn't have Reflect Ellie, I think we're good. That's the ultimate deal breaker for this build. Oh, apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, but in Phorecia, they're also removing Reflect mods and things that would break builds from the pool. So, a lot of the annoying mods are at least in that regard, that 100% would get you killed, are going to be not in the map pool for Phorecia, which is kind of cool. I honestly hate the Reflect mods. I wish they would just take Reflect Ellie and Fizz out of the game. It's stupid. It's some like throwback shit to D2, whatever. Oh, I still have Transcendence, I think, on one of these. Yeah, that should be Celestial. There we go.
I cannot do this yet.
Yeah, they just need to remove it from the game, in my opinion. It's just stuff, it's just dumb stuff that shouldn't be in the game anymore. This latency issue I'm having is kind of crazy. Maybe I need to try a different server. There's my harvest. Yeah, if they provided you with some character way of dealing with it besides a scarab and a map device, I might be on board with it. But I just don't like mods that brick builds. I think that's dumb. I'm okay with mods like making your build weaker, but those mods completely negate a build. They make it non-playable in that instance of whatever you're doing. And to me, that's just stuff doesn't need to be in the game. It doesn't make things interesting. It just makes you have to waste currency rolling stuff over, and that to me is not exciting. Just putting a tax on the player. Yowzer. I hate this boss. Yeah, I don't know if we can kill her. Jeez. I'm gonna like end up losing all my experience just trying to kill this boss. I can tell right now for the completion. I think it's her chaos damage, and I just have no chaos resistance, so it's just bricking me. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, I should do that. That's a good call. Can I run that? I'd have to recolor stuff. I'm not gonna do it. I've got one portal left. It's either gonna happen or it's not gonna happen. I'm not recoloring sockets. That requires skill and having to position stuff. No. We got it done. We got it done. That was super annoying. Alright.
Hello.
Oh yeah. 2 unique bosses? No, not on this map. Alright, what did it brick into? Poison on hit? We might be able to do this. We are indeed getting it done. Getting it done. No, it's like the boss does the thing where like it spawns these little like totem things, and if you don't kill those quickly enough, they put like a stacking debuff on you that just pretty much destroys you. It might be chaos damage. It's gonna be rough. Like I'm gonna have to kill the boss super quick. I have enough like AoE spread on this ability though that I probably will kill those little totem things, or clones of the, it's like clones of the boss basically. I'm not doing a Hive Fortress at slow tier map. Just not worth the time.
Orb of Scaling.
Do juice though, I guess. Oh wow, thanks Hubes for 3 months. That's crazy. Thank you, thank you. Oh, 4 months, but 3 months at tier 1. Thank you. Wow. I think we're okay.
Hello.
Actually, there was no reason to use my Blood Rage here. Just used to turn it on whenever I enter a map.
I cannot do this yet.
Hello.
We've spotted.
Fight them off while I handle this.
Trading card.
I cannot do this yet.
Cha-ching. Possible. Cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
I think I have a Maelstrom in my stash already. No, that's a Malkun, which I still need to do also. So this works. Dang.
Alteration.
Been seeing quite a few divines just drop today passively. It's kind of crazy.
Orb of alteration. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Orb of alteration. Orb of alteration. Cha-ching. Orb of alteration. Hi, T-Round. Hi, T-Round.
Cannot do this yet.
Hi, T-Round. Orb of alteration. Orb of alteration. Cha-ching. 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 Covers prism. Jugg covers prism. Orb of alteration. Cha-ching. 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 Orb of alteration.
One of my least favorite maps. But you gotta get it done.
Hello.
Oh, what am I doing? I don't want to sell that stuff. I want to sell this. Should be doable. Should be. So we're getting pretty close. It's just going to be unique maps, which are always a pain on SSF, but... Yeah, that's our... Oh, we're missing that one. So I think 2 regular maps left on my Atlas. Well, one after that, I complete this one.
Drive back the highboard! I nearly have it! For victory!
Just use this piece of shit. Divination card. Chaos.
I cannot do this yet.
Cha-ching.
I would just get stun immunity from the tree, I think. Well, it depends. Like, if we look at the POB real quick. We don't need, stun immunity is not really as big of a thing. It is nice, though. I think that you would want to do it, actually. You don't, it's not the same like on Cyclone, because getting stunned and interrupting your Cyclone feels terrible. Stun immunity is obviously nice. I wouldn't say it's probably necessary for this build. But it's definitely probably something worth looking into. So maybe on the end-game version you would use a similar chest. What was that guy using? He's using... just a really... he's using it to get stats, it looks like. Yeah. I mean, you would lose the implicits, but you could in theory, yeah, maybe would be the right way to do it, because you can get extra curse there, which means you can double curse. I think, how's he getting his double curse right now, if he wasn't getting it from Amulet? He doesn't have Whispers of Doom there. So how was he getting a curse and... because his guy, in his build, he was using Assassin's Mark and he was using Flammability, so how was he triggering that? Oh, he got it as a corrupted implicit on his amulet. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, the additional curse is huge. 280% to global critical strike multiplier. There's no way you're getting that neck in Furisha. Look at that thing. 280 to global critical strike multiplier and a corrupted implicit curse. That's crazy. That's a crazy neck. Yeah, that's why I got to go through. Like this is not a realistic. This is like a league's worth of acquiring gear. This isn't like what you would get in an event. I'd have to spend a day or two really thinking about scaling it out, but doing it in a way that's not ridiculous like that. Because that's totally doable if you've got like, you know, 6 weeks work on a character. Not 2 weeks.
This way, exile. Don't let it make a mess.
If you're referring to what Jugg did, no, because Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm is broken. It doesn't scale anymore. Or the gem's like bugged. So there might be a Cyclone build you could do with Ancestral Commander and General's Cry, but it's not going to be that build. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that build is broken right now because the gem doesn't actually consume the endurance charges. So if you use it or your minions use it, or I guess I should say clones, they're not really minions. They don't consume the charges. Well, I'm assuming it's going to be okay, Aaron. I haven't gotten to them yet because I'm playing this character on SSF private test league right now, and I don't have any of the frags to do them. So I only have my first 2 void stones. I assume it's going to be fine. You're going to have to be a little bit careful. So the degen's going to be a little troublesome. So like when it comes time to do shape like Uber Elder, you're going to have to like be very good about not standing in the beam. The beam will 100% kill you. That would be your biggest concern. So you're going to have to be a little bit more mechanically aware of what's going on. On Maven, as long as you don't stand in the degen pools or get hit by the beams at the end, you should be fine too. Those are the 2 scary things on that fight for this build. The damage should be fine though. Especially on trade. Should be more than fine.
Hello. Hello.
Come on in.
Just a little tighter.
Oops.
Hail. Not bad, not bad.
I'm going to try out this map. In theory, all my damage should be converted over to fire because I have 50% of physical damage converted to fire damage, and Avatar is another 50% converted to fire, deal no non-fire. So, like, in theory, this map shouldn't kill me. I just want to test out the mod and see if it does. Yeah, we're good. Kind of crazy amount of explosions everywhere. No, the gem itself is bugged. Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm doesn't work right now. If you use it as a player, if you link it on General's Cry, it doesn't consume endurance charges, is what I've read online. I haven't tested it myself, but that's what I've seen on numerous posts. So the gem is effectively not usable right now. If you still want to play some kind of General's Cry thing, that should be fine. You just can't do it with that. But once again, I haven't tested this myself, so I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, other slams should work, I would suspect. Okay, Gibbed in the corner. So that's where stun immunity could help, but I have stun immunity on this character as a Jugg, so that was just me getting cornered. Yeah, I've seen it on multiple like posts online, so I'm like, okay, if I'm seeing it everywhere, then there must be some truth to it, versus just one lone voice. Oh, dude. That Chaos degen. Gnarly. We gotta fix Chaos resistance on this guy. Nasty rares. Sorry, I imagine you've been asked a lot already, but what are your plans for the Furisha event? I'm going to be playing Consecrated Path of Endurance Ancestral Commander. Right now I'm playing a version of that on Juggernaut in a private SSF league I've made for testing out the build. The only difference will be really just the ascendancies in the event. And yeah, it's going to have more tank and more damage and better clear in Furisha, so playing pretty good. Yeah, no problem. If you go to my YouTube channel on same name as Twitch, I have a video I posted about it. Thanks, Aaron, for the follow. Much appreciated. Nameless Seer. Are we about to get... The Reddit hater guy got so upset he started calling people names? I know. Well, because I think most sensible people are looking at what he's saying and saying, like, you're not wrong. They could nerf Ancestral Commander and make it literally unplayable. He's technically not wrong. Are they going to do that? Maybe. We don't know. But the idea that you can't, like, what got to me was, like, he's so dead set on hating Ancestral Commander. But what about Surfcaster or Bog Shaman or any other popular one? It's like, is this guy going on every single Reddit post and every single YouTube video and just downvoting everything because people are theory crafting before GGG puts out the final thing? Like, I don't know. It's a weird... people that get that kind of like worked up about stuff usually have something wrong with them. Like, I hate to say it, but there's probably something wrong with the person to get that worked up about stuff. Yeah, it shows a lack of maturity and a lack of being able to talk to people like an adult. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people in our society that lack those social skills. Largely because of him probably being on Reddit all the time. Let's see here. Maybe I get a good unique. Nope. It's also, I think, someone who was trying to be a troll and trying to be, like, you know, a little bit of that kind of thing, and it backfired on them because so many people were going after him for it. So it's like, you know, maybe he also feels a little bit upset because he tried to be funny or he tried to be a troll, and a lot of people are just like, you're an idiot. There's probably a little bit of that going on too. I think I have any more Horizon Orbs. Rip. Does Kirak have anything for me? Yeah, I think that's the last map we need is that one. And then just unique maps. See what I got here. Okay. Alright, well that's gonna suck. That's not what we wanted to... That's not what we wanted on our chest, unfortunately. That's unfortunate. Remember to do these towers.
Greetings. get it done. Cover me!
Good old hives.
I refuse to die! Regenerating! Dreamer, protect me! Get them off me!
What does she think this is, Call of Duty? Yeah.
Let's see you get through this! Dreamers will! Dance with the flame! Burn it all to the ground! Destroy them all! Annihilation! That's annihilation! I'll have to stay behind. You must escape. You did it!
This way, Exile. We need not the fruit.
Yeah.
Go to Hidekora.
Don't let it make a mess.
Oh yeah, for sure. I got a boss. Guess we'll do boss.
I cannot do this yet.
Justice demands your death.
Order of snoring. Cha-ching. Cha-ching now.
Greetings.
I'll be right back, guys. If you're in Trade League and it's a second character, what is the soonest you would swap from leveling setup to Conk's Path of Endurance? I mean, I would still probably level Sunder. Like, I get where you're coming from, but this isn't a skill that you want to use until you have, like, a lot of endurance charges and good endurance charge sustain. So, like, on Juggernaut, I guess you could go for Unflinching first. And by the time you get this, you might have, like, you know, I mean, the minimum is whenever you can equip the skill, right? But 28 or whatever, whenever you can get the alternate version of the gem, which is like 28. But I think very few people. Oh, I think in my opinion, you want to have, if you're a Juggernaut and you have Unflinching, you probably also. I mean, you could probably do it as soon as you have Unflinching. I just think that early on, especially when you're in your 20s and 30s, it is far easier to scale physical damage than to take shit like Avatar Fire. And I don't know, it's just I don't know. I still think you do the campaign. You do the campaign and you swap like Act, 9 plus, somewhere around there. I just don't think it'll feel good. If you have a bunch of like, leveling uniques and, you have like insanely well-crafted weapons or good leveling twink weapons or something, you could probably just do it like, after first lab. But yeah, I mean, I would say earliest would be first lab and you would definitely go Unflinching first, and then you would probably want to also have. You could probably just do it on first lab. Yeah. It might honestly feel fine if you have a decent enough weapon on your second character that you're leveling with that has just enough damage on it. You'd have to decide how it feels like. You might want to take Resolute Technique and go into crits. So the thing is that we'd have to look at the gems, but I'm fairly certain that just yeah, so Sunder is what, 629% of base effectiveness? Well, that's the level, that's with the quality. Let's just put everything down here like this. Alright. So, yeah, it's 273% effective added damage versus what, Consecrated a Path? What has that got? Uh, 166. Yeah, it's just one of those things where there's a reason why. I guess that's fair at level, because you can only equip this at 28. That's 35. Okay, so you're looking at 328% base versus 166. It's like double the effective damage. There's a reason why people level Sunder. It's just good. Just really good early on. And a lot of the power of this gem comes from scaling later on. I wish there was more alternatives to leveling melee that felt as good as Sunder and stuff like that, but it's just, that's kind of what it is. You know? Or Earth Shatter.
All suffering of this world stems from your action.
I'm fairly certain that if we looked at it in detail together, we could probably come up with a fully optimized endgame version of this build that is far cheaper than what that guy has on that POB we're looking at, but like similar damage and tankiness. You know what I mean? Because that POB is like an insane. We're talking mirror tier gear on that POB. That's literally like a mirror tier character that he leveled probably for an entire league. So I'd be curious to see if we could come up with something that's comparable damage and tankiness for far less costs. Because even our endgame Cyclone build that we put together is like, what? A couple hundred divines? It's not too bad, considering it's like your fully Super Saiyan version of the build. Yeah. Yeah, his build is far more expensive for less damage, but more tankiness in a way. Like his max fizz hit is way better than what we have on Cyclone. Thanks, sir, for the follow. But I'm pretty confident we could come up with something that's far better for a lot less investment.
Drive back the highborn!
Like, I think I've already figured out a very good bare bones league starter version on Juggernaut, and then probably put together with relative ease like a slightly more optimized version of it. But
I'm going to lose focus.
I don't like making end game versions of builds that are like, you know, 1,000 divines or something.
I nearly have it. Help me! Victory!
Cha-ching! 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 Divination card. Cha-ching!
I don't know why I came in here, but whatever, we're here.
Look for the blood god.
Bow Flame Blast, let's go, dude. Bow Flame Blast.
I cannot do this yet.
Oh, shiny.
Can't see the tower. Funny. Dude, sometimes this game... Alright, well, I guess I'm not going to be able to use that altar.
Cha-ching.
This way, it's not the fruit, just the juice.
I can go back and take a look. I didn't want to fight with it forever. I find it amusing when they clip like that sometimes. It's like, alright, you know. I think it's funny, you saw that big DPS number on that build and you're like, I just gotta try to figure out how to make it not cost like 3 mirrors worth of gear. Yeah, well, and I've seen other versions of the build, by the way, Chris, where it's like 100k max fizz hit for like 130 million or 150 million DPS. You know, so, you know, you trade off a little bit of the damage, but you get like insane tankiness. So it's, yeah, pretty crazy what you can do. I like that helm. Wait, what? That easy. It's only 7 divine because of Tree League. Normally this is like, what? 50 to 100 divine? Gosh, I remember when dropping a Headhunter was like... you know, the pinnacle of like drops that you could get in the game. I mean, now it's the Mage Blood, right? But it's funny. Yeah, I like the Onslaught though, like never lucky. Yeah, well, you know. I am never lucky. Do I corrupt it and see if we get like a good thing on there? We could corrupt it, right? It's actually, it's mid. It'd be worth throwing a divine on this, but never lucky. I'm never lucky, guys. Never lucky. Oh yeah.
Approach, challenger.
Chaos damage.
Regal oil. Divination card. Cha-ching, cha-ching. This way, exile.
I cannot do this.
Cha-ching.
That was interesting. Guess I'm never gonna enter my hideout. What's going on with my game right now? That was interesting. Oh yeah, that instance went bye-bye. Just going through that Reddit post and seeing if that guy... I think he gave up, yeah. Alright.
I cannot finish this game.
This way, exile. Not the fruit.
won't die so easily. Dreamers will! I'll have to stay behind. You must escape! You did it! Greetings.
I just realized I'd rather get a better pair of boots to roll Simplicit on.
The Dreamer welcomes you. The Genesis tree accepts your offering. The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
I want to go for life or defense. Kind of want life.
She will soon bear fruit.
It's just a 5 lead.
Beware of the enemy. She is pleased.
It's just a 5 lead. What is happening?
She is pleased.
This piece of shit.
The bondage? Yes, just like that.
This piece of shit. This piece of shit.
The Genesis tree accepts your offer.
Piece of shit. This piece of shit. This piece of shit.
Okay. I think that's gonna do it for now. I'm gonna take a break for a couple hours, do some real life stuff. Probably play this a bit off stream, and then tomorrow my plan is start collecting stuff to try to finish up void stones. I also need to see if scaling the build out further, but I'm very happy with how it feels right now at this point. Yeah, so thanks everyone for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'll be streaming tomorrow. Catch you all later. See you later, Chris.